Let's see. Probably gonna take somewhat of a longer break in the middle of this because I still need to cook dinner and stuff. Let's see if it's working. Should be. Okay, here we go. So actually I found a perspective video kind of covering more of the problems I'm encountering. It seems the problem that I'm encountering is actually a pretty major problem for a lot of illustrators. And luckily I found a video of some dude covering it. And it's about ellipses. Not necessarily drawing bikes per se, but it is about drawing ellipses. And so I think I'm going to draw a minute. This is just basically a perspective crash course right now. Because in order for me to learn how to draw bicycles, I think I'm really going to have to bite the bullet and really just learn my perspective. Which I never really was about perspective, to be honest with you. I actually was pretty not fond of it for a long time. If you look at a lot of my old illustrations and stuff, like, I don't know, I guess a lot of the commissions I got too was just like, oh, just draw a single character and just draw this character really detailed and have like a blurry background in the background, you know? And it was never like, I haven't gotten too many commissions of being like, okay, well, we want a scene and we want all this stuff, or we want a bicycle or some sort of mech object. Generally all my commissions have just been fantasy characters, which is cool, but I feel like I'm getting a little burnt out of that stuff, so yeah. Let's see here. I kind of wanted to, let's see. There is a lot to learn in the perspective realm, especially with the ellipses. It's man, I give credit to those people that get those ellipses right, because they are a challenge. They are much of a challenge to get right.
Alright, today's topic is going to be very helpful and useful for you if you want a little bit of help with the picking up the ladies or the boys. A very sexy topic that we can bring up, that is ellipses. And let's have, what is an ellipse? Ellipse is nothing else, or at least how we use it. Ellipse is nothing else but a perfect circle, but then used in perspective. So if we look at this glass, this here, this is a perfect circle. And as soon as I start rotating it,
let's just use some see if it's picking up the sound. It's not picking up the, oh, it must be picking up my mic, I think. Okay, so for some reason there's like some crazy reverb on my let's turn this down a little bit. Oh, see, but then it's just janky. It is janky. audio. Oop, loop, loop, loop. Dude, my volume settings are so messed up. There's like a really, really bad like reverb on my mic. I do apologize for that. I'm using like a $10 mic, so it's a little sketchy right now. Why do I have three? Oh, maybe it's because I have 3 audio input captures. That's not the one. It's not one. Gain, I have only one gain on that. Oh well, we're gonna just go with the sketchy audio. What's this one? That's so strange, I have like a bunch of audio input captures. Sorry about that. Do apologize, we're some technical difficulties. Okay, we're just gonna do some practicing. Actually, we should start off with some warm-ups. I'm just gonna do some warm-ups. I don't know if I'm gonna do the graffiti warm-ups as much. Maybe I will. I just feel like I don't know. I need to get back into the crux of the battle. I also changed this light on this lamp, so hopefully it doesn't heat my phone up while it's on top of it as much. Just doing ellipses. We're gonna, today might even just be like an all ellipse day, because I cannot draw them good. Okay, there was this one exercise this guy was doing. He was doing finding the axes. Finding the axis on this one. Dude, what is that reverb sound? Dude, it's sketchy. I have to figure out how to like. It might be this. Let's see here. Properties. I might have to push my mic down a little bit more. There we go. And it sucks because like I'm using like the most janky equipment. Oh well. Like people are using like $1,000 setups, and I'm here like using like a $10 setup. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is drawing. That's what matters. Darn, I keep doing the same thing up in here. It's a pretty good warm up right there. That's what I might have to use. I might just have to put some music on in the background to get rid of this gnarly reverb, bro. I don't know what it is. It's really bugging me. I guess I should look it up. Microphone reverb. I think it's a reverb. This is so confusing. Ay. And all this tech stuff. I wish there was just a way I could just use the audio on my phone. I mean, let's see, what happens if I just try that? Like, would it pick up? No, it doesn't even pick it up. Oh, maybe you know what? That might actually be what it is. Maybe it's because I have the audio on my phone as well as using the microphone. That might actually be it. Huh. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think that's because I'm using two audios. I'm using the audio on my phone and as well as the audio on the microphone. Apologize. I don't like doing all this setup stuff, man. I wonder if it's. Oh yeah, it's definitely picking up from my phone. Um, 'cause I have two different audios going. That doesn't make any sense. We're using the janky audio. Well, doesn't matter. So right now I am just learning how to draw ellipses. These darn ellipses are so hard. See, this is the one that I need to learn. Is this one. All of this stuff is going to come important, especially for drawing bicycles. I wish there was more like how-tos on how to draw bicycles. There's not many at all. I'm thinking actually most bikes now are just drawn on CAD. Nobody really does them on paper that much anymore, I don't think. And this dude was not even using a ruler or anything. He was just going in. Like, I think that's probably what I should be doing too. What he was saying is you take the ruler and you go from the vanishing point to the midpoint. Which almost seems like it's always in the middle right there. Oh, okay, yeah, and then you find that. Okay, there we go. Then you like find like the halfway point, the 90-degree. That's such a strange concept. I was never taught that. And then supposedly within this this measurement lead right here, we found what is this? That's just the text. Okay. So supposedly from within this measurement right here, this is where the ellipse is, and it's with this 90-degree point. Which doesn't really make too much sense. Huh. Seems really awesome. Like an oval. Man, I need to like be figuring this stuff out. This stuff is just so. I'm getting something very, very wrong. That does not look right. I think it's because I'm making these squares not actually exactly square. And that's, I guess that's another thing. Because I guess if bike wheels are totally perfect, circles, I probably should be learning how to draw perfect squares. Why does it have to be so confusing? Oh well, it's okay. I need to learn this stuff anyway, so it's kind of weird that I haven't learned any of this stuff. Well, I kind of learned some perspective stuff, but there's definitely like a lot of problems I'm encountering when drawing a bike. Oh, let's just continue with these ellipses. This is what I was trying to teach. Stuff ain't working out. Why can't there be more bike how to draw videos? That's what you people out there need to do. Please make some more how to draw bike videos. They're all from that one side, and they're all, the one thing is that every the one bike video, or every bike video I see, they always draw it the wheel, you know, because that's the way to draw the bike, you know, with the wheel like that, and it goes into the vanishing point. But the thing is that this axis right here, there's an axis right here, and then there's the whole like spherical thing where that thing can move around. Yeah, it's very, very challenging how to. I mean, I guess that's when you would just point out, you would find this axis point maybe, push it, can see what point you want it on the perspective, and then maybe do it that way. So let's see here. Here to have these points. Actually, it should be like that. Okay, let's see here. So, we want to push this into there. So maybe we would find the middle of this point right here. Make that the axis. So that is the axis. We'd have this axis run through right there. This shit is confusing me. Does anybody else have trouble with this? Is it just me? Like, this is really, really strange. I mean, I find it very, very hard. I guess maybe what you could do is you could just make a vanishing point, or just a 2-point perspective. Figure out, say, this line right here, push these back into these vanishing points, and just knowing that that is the size of that wheel, you know, just roughly, if we just were to make that into a circle, that since we know that that's like that, then we would just that. Yeah, I think maybe that. Darn, man. Maybe I'm just thinking about it too much. Maybe I just got to go with it more. I mean, I could just do the other thing of just like, you know, finding the reference that's exactly fit for that, but I really don't want to do it that way. I would like to, you know, be able to construct it in my mind or just on paper, you know, without having to really search down the reference. So, yeah, we're gonna have to learn this somehow. So this is a pretty brutal stream, just trying to figure all this stuff out. I feel like I'm just like confusing myself more and more. Okay, so if we know that's an axis, maybe we could do this with a different color. Maybe since we know that this is where the axis is, where this ellipse would be, if this ellipse was, so if we know that this is the axis, maybe we could push that right there. Uh, See, it's so easy to just make that the circle, you know, like that. But how do we twist and turn this shape right in here? That's what I'm trying to learn how to do. And I guess if it was in that square, then This is why people don't draw a lot of bikes, huh? This must be the reason. Jesus Christ, this is a gnarly problem, man. Like, I'm just like confusing myself now. It's literally gotten to the point where I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, this is like, it's really sad, but honestly, I don't know what I'm doing. I know how to make one. I mean, I know how to like do it to where like I could free ball it, you know, like free just, you know. You know what? Let's think about this in a different, maybe different fashion. Instead of maybe thinking about like the vanishing point and all that stuff's like maybe confusing me a bit. Maybe let's think about this as just, you know, we'll just start instead of starting off with the vanishing point. I think I might even just start off with just a bunch of circles because I know maybe doing the circles and then thinking of that circle as maybe that would be a way, because I know it's basically a square like how I normally would do the square, but we're just thinking about it as that one side of a sphere or an ellipse, and maybe thinking about it like that. I think that might help me because I know how to do that. See, I think that's how I should maybe be doing it. Thinking about this as like a clay ball. If we think about this as a clay ball with the wheel maybe like right on top of it next, and then thinking of this clay ball as, you know, this is just leaning on that side, and then maybe thinking about the axis of that and then having that in the middle, you know, and it's like kind of like pinned to this ball. So maybe that's how I should think about it. But then it's like I don't know, huh? That's a very interesting one because I could like free eye this like this, you know. I mean, would that be a way of doing it? Of maybe trying to draw bikes faster, you know, and then this would be totally on that side. See, I think I'm getting closer to something right here. See, thinking about something as a sphere. Now, see, this isn't what any of the videos are covering. That's the problem. And now it's like, I don't want to really be doing something maybe like wrong that I'm doing. So it's like, I don't know. It's very confusing for me right now. it, oh man, this is just really, really bizarre for me to like just be totally stumped on how to do this. Like very strange. I mean, I feel like that might help me with like the bike maybe. Thinking about just the circle in the beginning. But then I guess that would be an issue in of itself, is like how would we place this in the perspective with everything else if the frame is in the perspective? You know? Because then this wouldn't actually be the axis. This would be, I don't know. Let's continue. Let's see. Let's tilt this. Let's just do a bunch of circles. I don't know. Let's just tilt this more down, I guess. this can tilt like this, like that. Let's see here. Let's continue seeing what this guy's going to talk about. So I need to break this down more. So if we know that this is roughly a bike frame, this is the axis right here of where the wheel and the fork is. I need to figure out this wheel right here, if it were, oh yeah, that's always in the middle as well. From this axis right here, everything so we know that this cannot shift that way or this way. So this circle in here, say if there was a fork, okay, so it cannot break outside of this line, I think. It cannot break outside of, if we know it's also the fork is a little bit shifted. So if we know that this is the only bigness of it, so then all we'd have to figure out is maybe how to figure that out even easier would be to figure out this point of where this axis is, and then thinking about the fork, because the fork is like this. It's kind of like that. So maybe thinking about the fork first and then placing the wheel from the fork. This shit is freaking confusing, man. But I think that actually might be an easier way to think about it, though. Just to figure out how this is lining up. So say we have the frame, like if this was the headset, that's the headset. We have the front part of the fork, and it's kind of like this, but we could think about it as one just square. And then thinking about the square almost as like a circle, and we can move this and shift that into space in any degree, making sure that it's on that same line like that. Maybe that's how. And then from this, we would figure out that that would be the, so from this middle point, we would make that a middle point, make that an axis of where it is. and then hmm, maybe that's what I'm gonna have to do. So when we're drawing a bike, this is very strange. It's like I'm entering uncharted territory. There's just not many. I haven't seen a bike, how to draw a bike book or anything. So I think if I start drawing bikes more, the back wheel will be first to figure out. This back wheel, because we know that the back wheel is, depending on what type of bike, this is the same size for the front wheel. So we know that first radius part of that. And that's a big one, because now we know that that for sure is going to be, if we push that into any perspective, we know that that is going to be. So I think if we're drawing a bike, the back wheel should be first, and then we could figure out the axis of the frame, where the fork goes into the frame, and then trying to break down this problem. How do we make the that's the hard part, is figuring out this axis. Very interesting. Very interesting. See, the thing about like the bike drawing video that I watched, he was just drawing it all on one plane, with the wheels on one plane. Um, and the thing is if you look at every single one of my bike illustrations now, every single one of them, see how this plane is always the same? I know how to do that. Again, we know how to draw the bike with the wheels like that, but the front fork always moves. It can move in a 360 diameter. So it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Continue to keep experimenting with this stuff. I guess also just placing let's see if we could figure this out. Okay, so this is our I guess that's the other thing, is how do we make it. Okay, so say we wanted to draw same scale. Let's just do that. Let's see what that would be. Same scale. This would be the vanishing point. I'm roughly gonna. Oh man, I'm freaking confusing myself. This would just be 1 point perspective right here. Would it maybe just be on 1 point perspective? I don't know. You know what? Maybe that's what I'm also doing wrong, is that I'm thinking about this in like a 2 point perspective, when maybe I should be thinking about like the front axis on a 1 point perspective. Just gonna eat through a bunch of pencils. I'm gonna eat through a bunch of pencils and a bunch of paper to try and figure this out. Probably gonna just keep confusing myself, but oh well. Oh goodness. Guess we'll continue trying to figure out what this guy is trying to do as well. I'm kind of digging the circle thing. I'm kind of digging this right here. For some reason, when I haven't seen this on a how-to video, but for some reason my mind's making that a lot easier right there. For some reason, I don't know why my mind thinks that's easier, but it is. So I think maybe I should try and expand on that. Yes. Okay, I think that would be a big one. Figuring out this part first on the bike. Then figuring out that part. So let's just let's just do like mini ones. Let's see what the mini one would do. Okay, so we roughly know that this is about 3 for a bike. And we'll know that this is the first circle and the frame goes in like that with the seat tube. We have the head tube that goes right there, and this is the first axis. And I guess since that's like that, we know that the axis is like this. Right? Yeah, because it wouldn't be straight. Oh, no, actually. So we know the axis would be like right there. So maybe if we just think about this as a ball. Doesn't make sense. Maybe thinking about it as the ball, but thinking about the axis point. So if we could think about this like this, we know that axis point is like that. It goes into perspective. Fudge, how do we do this? Why am I so bad at this? Okay, so then we know that this, if we wanted to make the wheel like that, figure that out. Okay, maybe I think I might be getting to somewhere. Maybe you do the 2-point perspective, and then when with this right here, maybe that could be on 1-point perspective when this starts to shift. Is that what's going on? Huh. And then we could just shift that into any point right here, maybe on 1-point perspective using that. Let's continue just thinking about this. Experimenting. It's okay to experiment because I can't really find this information that much for some reason. I guess I'm just not looking hard enough. We know that this is the frame. This goes up. That would be the seats. I'm just thinking about that as the axis so that we know that that for sure is that main axis, and this could be turned around at any one of these degrees, I think, with the horizon line. And then maybe from that we would figure we know that could be that axis right there. It could be down like that. It could be like that. It could be on this any one of these points on this horizon line. So we know that these bars could be any one of the in any one of those positions. Right? Is that I'm pretty sure that's how it'd be. It is confusing, man. Let's see how that is a little bit bigger now. If we have one single point, if we were to imagine that this was the single point, these were a set of forks with bars, or let's just simplify this. So this is just a simple like stick or something. You know, we could have it like that, and we know the radius. It could be like maybe like that. Somewhat be like the bars, and that would actually be on that perspective right there. And then could we push this right to that one? And we could push that right to that one. We could push it right over there. Push it over here, as long as we're in this axis right here. Whoa. It's a string shape. See, we're starting to get something now. Like this is that's an interesting concept right there. Great. Knowing that this, so if these were the bars and the bars can spin 360 degrees, we know that this main line on this main axis point, which would be right here. So I think that's another thing that we figured. Well, that hasn't been explained from the perspective books that I've looked up. Is for some reason I guess that's the hard part. Is like I mean maybe maybe looking up like how to draw like a windmill. That might be like good for figuring that out. I guess the hard part would be is how do you figure out? I guess you just find that ellipse in there. So if we take this same concept, because we do know one thing for sure, that when the bars are straight, so say this is a pair of bars, that this and this is with the tire, and the tire is like that. This would be the main axis point right here. Green line. And if we think about the bars being this line right here, I think we could figure out the position of this right here. Huh. This shit is weird. It's probably making no sense, man. I should just do it the other way, you know. The other way is just getting reference, shooting the reference, you know, doing it like that. But I honestly really just want to do like some bike invention stuff, just purely from like without viewing much reference at all. I find that very interesting. So, like that's a good one though. Yes, okay, so these bars could turn any degrees of this horizon line. That is a trip, man. That's really a trip. Like we just take that line and we can just move it on any one of these, on any point of that horizon line. And subsequently, the tire will be in that same ellipse. It's so weird. I've never had to think about that in a drawing. Like that's never in a figure drawing right there. That's so weird. It's like such a new concept for me to even grasp. Because something like this is not in figure drawing. It's very, very, very bizarre actually for me. Holy Toledo! I think I figured something else out. I mean, it would take a little bit more drawing, but okay, so imagine this is the horizon line. We have our perspective lines. We know if this was the main axis, boom, this is our main axis. we'll draw three, maybe three or four angles. I want to have the bars turned. So we can turn them on any one of these axes right here. And I want them turned like that. So then we could drop this down and also maybe get that with the vanishing point. That'd be right. I think I got that right. Oh, that's weird. Huh, I got that one wrong. Alright. I'm freaking confusing myself. Okay, this is the axis point right there. Bars can be like an easy pattern would be the bars would be right there. Okay, let's just think about that without the frame. And let's think about this as a simple shape. So we're going to think about this as just a square. The square goes into perspective like that. Just think about these as just a square, but these are the bars actually. Right there, right there. So subsequently, this would be on that same horizon line. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, at least we know that that is a major thing for that. And then we figure out that's probably in the middle. We would come out that way. Right. Okay, I think I want this. So we cut that one in half. We know the radius of this wheel now. Would that be right in perspective with this? Those bars? Huh. That's a strange one right there. I need to go throw some stuff in the oven. Be right back. Do 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 do. Okie dokie. Why must this be so challenging? Why are my pencils all breaking? Everything's just going wrong today, except for the stick B that I landed. That's the only thing that's working for me in my life. Okay, so we know that these are the bars. Those are the bars. This is the frame. We have the axis since we know that. And this is the square that the ellipse sits on. This stuff seems really probably super boring to watch. I don't even know. I'm just freaking trying to learn it. So let's try and do another one. I'm just going to try and get this concept down, I think. Okay, let's draw this. Let's draw this at a different angle now. So we know we'll try and draw these at the same thing. See if we could somehow simplify this. Okay, so I want to draw this more lean. We're gonna just continue to just. Okay, so I had this one go to the vanishing point. We're gonna have this one go to right here. To this point right here. Would that change? That would change this, right? Because this one was on that vanishing point. Would that change this entire wheel right here? Because then now this is on this vanishing point. Huh. Maybe this is where I'm getting it all mixed up. I can push it down over here. Okay, so let's think about this as the box. It goes over there. Actually, this should be down there. Okay, so those are the bars, and we wanted them a little bit more like that. We know somewhat of the thing of the wheel position. So let's see here. We pull these to there. Actually, I don't think that would be outside of that right there. I guess from that one. Oh, but then this has to be in the middle, darn it. Should have to be in the middle. Okay, so I think I'm roughly getting something here. Like we're getting something down that I think might be important. I don't know like what would this be called? Like in okay, I think we've figured something out, something major out. Okay, so this is what's making bikes so hard to draw. Yes. This is what makes it. Okay, I think I might have figured something out why bikes are so hard to draw. Bikes are, I think, hard to draw because, well, the front wheel, if it tilts, is because it's basically we're putting it on a 2 point perspective. Would this be a 3 point perspective since we just added another point? But the thing is that this point we'll do another one. We'll do mini ones right here, and we'll move this bar completely around like this. Let's see if we could do that. I'm still not too sure with the wheel, but I think from this bar angle, we can figure a lot out from the wheel, especially if we're trying to follow this, which we kind of roughly said that I think that you should maybe be drawing the frame first, and the frame or this back wheel first. And if we can figure out this back wheel first, we can figure out and we place that into perspective in any angle of perspective. We know relative in a BMX bike that, or actually most bikes, except if it was one of those old school bikes, we know that the back wheel and the front wheel are generally the same size. So from then, that is the easy. This is somewhat easy. But with this relative size of the back wheel, we know the relative size of the front wheel. Now this is when it gets challenging, is because if you want to twist those bars around, we have to know that since the fork goes into the frame right here, that this becomes a big major axis right here. And with this axis introduces another vanishing point. And this is a vanishing point that's actually some sort of, what would this be called? This would be like a radial vanishing point. And from this radial vanishing point, I guess you can place this vanishing point into any one of these areas, which we're going to try and do right now. And then what I'm going to try and do is we're going to try and figure this out within this frame, but also could we figure it out with the axis like this, or axis like that, or like this, or like that. And that axis, this main axis that I'm trying to place right here with this pencil, would be the frame and the fork. So this would be the fork, and then the wheel goes on top of it. So I think it's getting somewhere. I'm actually going to do these littler. I think we could actually do littler drawings to maybe figure these out. Okay, so if we know that that's the main plane, we're going to try and keep these the same size with all these. Okay, so we're going to try and do the next one right here. So we had the plane, so if we know that that was the main plane right here, this was the perspective line for this one, or right here, we moved it over here on this one, closer to this plane. So this was that far away, this radius, and then this one was this radius. And then we're going to push this radius even tighter. So we're going to make this vanishing point right here. This is almost going to be straight up and down, where you're barely even going to tell. Okay, so from here we know that we can push that, and we also know that that becomes that's also the problem now, because also Oh, I guess not really, because then if we know the wheel diameter from the back wheel, which we should already know prior to this, we would know that, if we roughly estimate that that would be the middle of the wheel, and we push the perspective back over there with that wheel, and we can find the arc of that if we push it down over there. And, okay, so this is those are the vanishing points on that one. This would be the bars. Which actually they should go down like that, but well. It'll be right there. Okay, and then the wheel gets smaller and smaller. Huh. Bigger and bigger, so let's try another one. And we'll push the bars even, we'll start pushing the bars that way. So we know that this is the radius axis thing. We'll somewhat assume that this is the wheel diameter thing. Oops. Wheel diameter thing. And okay, so for this one, we want to have the bars past this line because we just got right there. Or actually, we could, I guess, see this would be a little bit of an oval because it's not quite. If the bars were completely like that, that would be a perfect oval. So this is actually not a complete oval. It's a little bit off like that. I'm going this way. Yeah, so it'd be like, and then I think maybe that might be even a good way to draw just the radius of other things. Okay, so we're going to draw this one with the bars right here. And the frame would still be in the same two vanishing points. Very, very bizarre. I mean, I don't even know if this is correct, but that's the problem. So if you're watching this, probably take my words with a grain of salt because I don't know if this is actually correct. I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, so then we know that if the wheel is like that, that's the problem, is finding like the middle part of this and how to tilt that over there. Okay, I see. So then tilt this way. Yeah. So that would be the bars. That. I think it would be like that. Yeah, because it's okay. Yeah. This is getting really, really weird. Huh. Okay, so from this one, we know that that was this much of a diameter. We're gonna do a complete 360 of this entire bar thing. Okay, so from the axis point, we know that we have this axis point right here. Let's put it almost at the end. We're like this one was right at the end. We'll put it almost right there. But the vanishing point, the main for the 2D vanishing point, would be right there. So let's draw a line. This would be the stem. So what we're trying to figure out maybe is just the bars. I think that's a good indicator right now, is figuring out the bar height. or the bar angle. The bar angle, because it can correlate with the other angles. And this one's even going to be even more. I mean, maybe we could just guess on that. Maybe it doesn't have to be completely perfect. Oops, ours are. I made that. Actually, I made that too wide. Is that how it'd be? Did we figure something out? Is this a big... I think that looks correct. I'm still kind of messing up this wheel thing, but I think this bar thing that we kind of figured out with this diameter radius thing, that's a pretty big one, I think. If we know... I guess the big one first would be the axis. So I'm going to go that and we'll write axis. Axis first. And then bar angle. Bar angle second. And then we could figure out, well, I guess from after the after everything else is built up. I think there might have been something that we have learned. Now let's see if we can get this in different angles. This is a very interesting one right here. I wonder why they never taught something like this. I guess there's not many things. I guess this would be more akin to, say you wanted to maybe, I don't know, what other things would this maybe, I guess maybe something like this would be akin to, there's actually not many things I can think of in real life that really, you would really need to know this, like maybe a helicopter or a windmill or a, yeah, it's an interesting one right there. Oh, this light's way less hot. I guess it is still hot. Darn. Oh, it is still hot. Darn. I gotta make sure I cool down my phone. Now I'm wondering. So, what would happen if we had the same horizon line, but now this axis is shifted like that? Let's do another page. So let's see how that would play out, because I'm actually not too sure on that one. We are learning to draw the bicycle in any angle from imagination. Okay, so we'll draw the horizon line, the two vanishing points, but now instead of because that's not always the case. The bike can be up, down. So let's draw roughly it like this. So we'll know that this is the angle. This is the axis point that we're trying to depict. From here, we're going to figure out, let's try and do the same thing on this one, basically the same. So we're going to do it right here with a different axis point. This will be the third thing that we're trying to get in there, right? So from the top of that axis point, since we know that that's the bars basically, let's push this down into this vanishing point right here, which is the same as the other vanishing point. So it's kind of easy. So we know that that's another one right there. Boom. That's a big one. So let's draw the berries out again a little bit more. Oops. Okay. So we also know that since this is the main axis point, that we have to somewhat go with this, this main line right here. And I guess this one goes down into there. I suppose that's kind of, that's somewhat the bars. Okay, so from then we know that we could bring that out like that. For some reason I have to like draw the bars out just so I can kind of get a better grasp of what it's actually doing. Okay, right there. So from then we know if we were to draw the other one, we'd know somewhat of the radius of the wheel. We're just going to guess the radius of the wheel right now, or just the height of the wheel within perspective. We're just going to guess it. I'm going to say it like that is the height, and this should actually be somewhat in the middle of the wheel, so it'd actually be like right here. And since we know that that's where the perspective is, we're going to push it out that way. Think about that just as like a thing. I don't know if I should always think about that as a box. I probably should try and just think about that as a box as well. I think that's how it would be if the axis point was like this on a turtle. So that would mean that the frame would be like this, you know, roughly. So let's see if it works on the other ones. So this axis point, let's draw another one. Two vanishing points. We know this is the main axis. Main axis. We are going to bring it just like this one, and we're going to bring right here. So then we know if this was the main point, these would be the bars. That's another one. The bars, to simplify the bars, we're thinking about them as like squares. And that goes to that vanishing point. Now I could draw the bars in some degree to kind of like make them look more like bars. And since we know that that's somewhat of the thing of the wheel, we'll just make this the axis. I kind of forgot to pick that. This is the axis for this one. So this is kind of like the bike up. Wow, very interesting. I guess the other thing is it would be hard to, there has to be a way you figure out how to make this same, I guess that's what I don't know now how to do. I don't know how to make sure that this size right here is the same size when I tilt it. Because see, these actually aren't the same size, I don't think. Or actually, I don't know. Who knows? I guess it doesn't need to be completely perfect, but okay. So from this one, we know that the wheel should be roughly in that middle section if that was the main axis. So we're gonna lightly do that. And yeah, actually this one's going to be closer to that point, so it's going to be less of a 3D thing. I think it looks odd. It looks like something's not really working, but I think it should be working more. I think I got that one a bit wrong, but oh well. Let's do some more. Okay, main axis. We're going to push this one right here, actually. Boom. It's right in front of it, just kind of like that one. We know that that is the line. We're going to 3D that one out with the box. Goes in that same perspective vanishing point. Make bars. Roughly, I think this would basically mean the wheel would almost be completely a circle, just a little bit. Kind of looks wrong. I think I got something wrong. Oh, it's because I got this red line right here wrong. Oh well, I can't go back. So I think this actually works. This is like getting more akin to like something with like animation or something now. Very interesting, actually. So we did a bar. This is basically bar spin with this axis point. Now this is a bar spin with this axis point. Dude, that is so strange. That's very weird. I haven't seen a video covered on this. Very, very, very interesting, actually. This is very weird. Let's do one more. Let's just finish it out. Just somewhat get this concept in our mind. Okay, so axis point. Look at that. Okay, axis point. First, we're going to push this one like that one, and we're going to push this axis point right, this other point right there. This actually makes it a lot easier because at least it's not like an ellipse that can like go in a complete. If we can figure out that axis point, that makes it so much easier. That's, I think, the big one I've been having trouble with is trying to figure out. For some reason, I don't know why that was so complicated to figure out, I think. And I think we figured it out. I don't know if this is actually the case. I don't know if this is actually the case, but okay, so we know that that's roughly in the middle, and then that would be like an ellipse like right there. Kind of see it. Interesting. Okay. See, because now I can kind of see it more. Very interesting. Huh. That trips me out, honestly. This literally trips me out. It's like some sort of a strange diagram. Strange diagram of how to draw bikes that we figured out. Now I kind of, yeah, huh, very interesting. Yeah, okay, so yeah, the bar one is a very, that's this axis point, and then the bar axis point is definitely the big one. So we're gonna try and remember this. Still not quite sure with the ellipses. I'm still a little bit shoddy with the ellipses. I should be making it into a box. That's probably how it should be done. Instead of maybe doing the ellipses like that, making the box, getting the box, and then you could do the ellipse correctly from that box. But yeah, that actually looks kind of correct. That was like a bar spin. If we were doing a bar spin right there. So like this would be like bar spin flat, bar spin with the axis up like that. Intriguing. Ugh. It's time for, let's see. My phone getting hot up here? Oh my god, it is. Maybe I need to like have this to where it's not touching it. How would I do that? I need a different setup, man. This is like, this lamp is heating up my phone. I have to like take little breaks or something. And I have to take little bits of breaks in between here, I think, to cool down my phone. Oh yeah, it's really, really hot. Okay, let's see here. I guess I'll just turn this off then. Yeah, we'll just let my phone have a bit of a break. I don't think it's good for it if I keep doing it like that. Okay. It's phone break time. When you have to let the tech cool down for a little bit. Let's see. Food break. After I play a little bit, I'll play one round of FFR. Let's go. Oh man, this song's hard. That was definitely a hard song, man. Okay, I need to go and eat. What am I doing here? Display capture, text. Sweep. Okay, what the heck was I? What was I doing? Oh yeah, play some of this FFR. Let's see, is it still hot? Darn, I should have not turned that on. Just cool this light down. That's probably a video I should probably look up. What kind of setups? How do you set up your phone to where you can draw and it record it on paper? Because my setups are really janky. Display capture. Text. Let's go. Okay. Prototypical. Pink cloud. Memories. Eurobeat. What is Eurobeat? Okay, I can't play this song. This shit was actually kind of hard. It's rock tribute. I can't. Oh my goodness. What's Funktacular? Wait a minute. Oh, I don't think I have the freaking oops, I didn't even have that desktop audio on. Oopsies. Let's put up the game volume. That was a cool song. Curtain. Got through that song. I turned it down just a tad. Just a tad. Somebody send me a message? No. Okay. Crab rave. Let's go, the crab rave. Oh, it's a bit more. Let's go. How is that song even on standard? I guess I've been getting through the standard, so I'm pretty happy I can even do that. Me. What is this? A Baptist church in Georgia? Poor Georgia today. She's tour racing. Her. Georgia. See, I like to think like, man, these piano songs. I never learned how to like play really much of too many instruments, but if this is hard on just pressing four keys, imagine how hard it is just playing the piano. Holy Toledo. Transparent white. Trova's Clockwork. to join. Holy Toledo. Hopefully it wasn't like blasting. Oh my god, it was really loud. Oopsies. I apologize for that. Yeah, I have to turn this program back on the phone. On the phone. Okay, it should be working now. I'm wondering, like, is this right? Did I get this right? Or is this wrong? Should I? I think maybe I should continue. I need to make this a little bigger, huh? Yeah. Okay. I'm observing some bike drawings. You know the main thing I see about these bike drawings? None of them want to go outside of that plane, it seems. That's the thing. There's very few bikes I'm looking at that are drawn with the wheel tilted. This person actually did it. Some more paper. Okay, here we go. So, guess we'll just keep burning through some pencils and to figure this stuff out. I think I'm just gonna continue maybe like, let's see here. Let's just see. I think I'm gonna like just try and do maybe some like just gestures, like gesture bikes. I think I need to get this. figure that this is a square. Let's roughly figure out next square. Push that one. So we know roughly that this somewhat like that. I guess if that's in that perspective, we could even, I could have like a gnarly vanishing point too. It doesn't have to be like this is the vanishing point. Figure out this point right here, and this is where the seat stay is. And that's going to be the frame's going to go up in here. Okay, so if we know that this is where the stem is, roughly, we can figure out where do we want. Okay, so this is the main axis. I think that's a big important factor of this frame. So we know that this is a main axis. Just figuring out how tall that is. Right there. And we're going to draw these ones with the bars a bit different. Let's draw them with the bars right here. There's a ruler. Okay, so we're going to draw the bar line. Somewhere in there. Okay, this is the main axis. The bar line is right here. Do you want that as the thinking about it like this? This is how I would want to draw the bike, with the wheel just, you know, with this vanishing point right down there. The thing is that that's every single bike I draw. Every single bike I draw is like that, so I'm trying to not have do it like that. So let's see here. Okay, so you know that the bars are like that. Let's do the square thing. Okay, so then the bars will go under like that. Let's see if it works. Let's see if we have figured this out. Okay, so this goes over here. We know that this is roughly the diameter of the wheel. We could just push that out. Also, like, how does that go in with that perspective? just be like that, where you just have it down over here. That's how it would be. That would speed it up there as well. Oh, these bars don't actually even go into the. Oh man, I forgot that there's little offset things in here as well. I think roughly we're kind of getting it. I guess we could just push these bars like that. Something like that. Let's I think that's how you would do it. Let's see here. Okay, so that's that vanishing point. Let's get this main frame down, since that's the pivoting point on there. That would actually get smaller in perspective. That one goes for there. I think that's a huge sprocket. This stuff is like pretty easy to draw, you know, because you can just follow the perspective lines or whatever. It's this stuff. I think I figured it out though. I think I figured out how to heads of spacers. Oops, that has to go there. Dude, I think I figured out how to do it. Roughly. I mean, this is a really, really bad bike, but I think I might have figured out how to do it. Like, I messed. This is a very important part right here, because I've messed up a lot of this stuff. Like, cause like this actually should be up. This bridge right up in here needs to be pushed up. There's not enough room right there to make that legitimately accurate with that wheel. Wait, that should be on that perspective line. Oh well. I guess I couldn't even push it out. I'm wondering, like, this is actually where I'm getting mixed up from. Can I push this perspective line out from this wheel? Oh, maybe that's what you can do. From this perspective line, you can push this one out. So maybe, like, from this line, maybe you can push this out into perspective like that. Let's see what it looks like. That looks a little bit more, huh. Let's make a note of that. Because see, here's the thing is that if I went with that perspective line, see if this was the original drawing for that layout of that size of that wheel. Oops. Right here. That was the original layout for the size of that wheel. And I'll just do it just as a... Oh wow, that's totally off. Look at that. The wheel should be up here. I totally got this bike wrong. Oh wait, never mind. It's just freaking darn pencils all. Wait a minute, I think I still got it wrong though. Wheel needs to actually be smaller, but I think from this one, you might be able to take this vanishing point, that vanishing point, and then line it up with that one. And I wonder if that gives you like a foreground one, if it was lined up with that one as well. That's an interesting one right there. I don't know if that's correct or not. Looks somewhat alright, I think. I don't know if that wheel is really believable in space. I think actually it'd have to be on this one. I'm actually not too sure right there if I got that wrong or if that's right. If I could push it out from this point right here. If this was shifted on this axis right here. I mean, I think it would be, because if this is shifted like that on that axis, then the wheel would be shifted, right? I think it would be like that. I don't know though. I mean, let's draw it both ways. Let's see what it looks like with just me following the original, you know, because this is the original perspective line for that. Would that be it? That almost doesn't seem like it would be it. I don't think this one was right. that's still the center point to that vanishing point right here. Huh. I wonder if that's right. Huh, that's very odd. It looks kind of like it would be right. Hmm. I'm not quite sure. To me, that looks somewhat believable. I don't know. I don't know if that's really correct. Why are bikes so hard to draw? I'm trying to look at some illustrations of one. What about this one? This is a very strange. It's a very strange angle to have a bike. Let's see if we can continue just doing it from just these vanishing points. So let's see here. Let's make. This bike could be different. It'll just be a different bike. I just fit it in there. Oh, see, I wonder if like you can do like a complete different horizon line. Can I do that? Because it doesn't always have to be on that one, right? Oops. Oh, what am I doing? Darn it. This is supposed to be the frame. I mean, would that work in this same perspective? Oh, that would be a hard one. How do you draw 3 bikes like that? Okay, this is okay. So if we make this the middle point, we actually have to square this off. Find the middle of that. So roughly right there. Let's try and draw a bunch of bikes, but their handlebars are turned all that same, or maybe even just turned just a little bit, just off axes. See if we can figure it out. These drawings are really bad, you know. It's super bad, but I'm trying to draw something I've always wanted to learn how to draw. So there's not many books. There's not any books, honestly, on how to draw bikes. So let's see here. Okay. Have this be some sort of strange bike. It goes into this vanishing point, right? Does it go over? Yeah, it should go on that one, right? Then let's figure out this square roughly. Let's half this square roughly with that same line. So this is the main axis line right here. So here we'll just drop that down like that. Drop that down right there. And now, okay, so we have our main axis line, I think. It doesn't look like that. I guess, okay, that's the other problem. I don't know really how to correlate these same shapes. How do you make, if I wanted all of them to be a BMX bikes, how do you correlate this same shape if this is in a different angle than that one? Okay, so from this one, this is going to be, this. I'm going to turn this a different axis. Let's see if that works. Let's actually have it on the same one. I wonder if we can make that. That would be weird though. Let's make it. Screw it. We could just do it like that. That might be just a good little practice thing. Okay, we're going to try and get it to be on that same axis point. So we forgot the bar height, kinda. That would be where the bars are. That's where it says they would be. It doesn't seem correct, but that's what's really weird. That doesn't seem right at all. I guess we'll just push that down, make the bar thing. So, you can't do that same, this yellow, this bright green line. You can't do it with this one. feel like you just gotta eyeball it, maybe. That somewhat looks right. I don't know for sure, though. Okay, so then we would figure out this is somewhat of the middle of the hub because the forks need to go like that. Okay, I think I got this right. Roughly right. It's very, very off. But okay, yeah, this line actually is, I got wrong. That's supposed to be with that line. Huh. We're roughly there. We're getting somewhat of a rough guesstimation. I mean, I think this stuff's pretty important, especially if you just want to draw it like without much reference and stuff. That's where we're trying to go for anyway. Let's see if we could draw a bike up here. I mean, we'll just, you know, let's do a bike just randomly in the air. We'll have this one at this point. This one's really sketchy and scratchy, but I think there's something to be learned in there. Still a lot of things I don't really know what to do, but I think we're making some strides forward, which is cool. So, like, roughly we know that this is 3 boxes. So let's see how we measure this one out. Measure this one down to the horizon line. The horizon line goes up like that. And then we know it's just a little bit less than it's like right there. So I know that that's right there. We split that in half. Figure out the radius. The radius goes down like that. Or not the radius, the middle of the wheel. Middle of the middle of the wheel. We'll draw the frame out. Different frame. Okay, we know that this is going to be roughly the front wheel. this one's just gonna be normal. I don't want to do the curve thing. Dude, this is a trip, man. This is really, really weird. Drawing 3 bikes from like imagination is just like wild. It is wild. There's so many like things. I guess there's not that many things, but this is definitely an interesting perspective challenge, though. But it definitely brings in a lot more variables than just having all the bikes like the same, you know. So like we're trying to do some bar turns and the whatnot. $75. Dun, 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 dun. Wow. So is my phone hot? Man, oh my god, my phone's already hot. I wonder how I can get this to where it doesn't need to be on this hot thing. I guess I could just turn off this light right here and not use this light. Maybe that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to make some sort of setup to where I'm not using that light to heat it up. Or not heat it up, but you know. Oh, you know what? I have another light. Let's use that. Where is that thing? Boom. Okay, we got it down. We have a laptop. I guess that might work actually. Oh, there we go. We fixed the problem. There we go. Now I don't have to use this hot lamp thing. But my phone is on a lamp. Now this happens if I light box it over something? Let's light box it with our ghetto light box. We're using the ghetto light box today. I think it's actually gonna work better than the other light box. More lighter. The ghetto light box. It's actually a tube right there. I kind of forgot. Oops. That should be in the middle. Oh well, it's okay. We could just fix it up a little bit. Some barns, we need the lever. Cool. Doesn't really look very good on the stream, but oh well. Why is it like that? It's so weird. It's like, oh, it's because I have the other light on. That is why. Let's see what happens if I turn it off. That's okay. I don't need to turn it off. It's all good. Dude, it's actually kind of working, I think. We are drawing the bicycle. The magic of the bicycle. I'm gonna draw some brake cables and this. I need. That's okay. That tube's a little skinny, but oh well. I guess this will be a gyro. And this will be a front brake cable. I forgot to draw front brakes. You could really go into this stuff, man. It's really fun. It's legitimately like making your own bike. Oh man, I'm tripping out on this thing, man. This is cool. Okay, we have the gyro tabs. Goes up, goes down, goes in here. We have these little brakes. We have the straddle cable. Actually, the brakes go like that, and then the straddle cable goes right here, and then it connects right there. Oh, that's so hilarious. This little thing is so funny. Draw that other pedal. If that cranks like that, okay, yeah, I did draw it. I don't know about this. I don't know about this bike though. This bike's definitely gonna be a little different. Okay, let's see here. Let's just draw the stem first. Actually, I'll draw this first. Actually, the stem needs to go a bit more like that. Oh, no. I forgot that that's all pushed into that weird perspective thing I did. So And some RNs. There's kind of like more angular bars, but it's okay. Got that perspective line actually. Should be like that. This is gonna be a different type of. Actually, not. I don't think I actually got this one right. Something's off with this one. Darn it. Yep, I got this one wrong. This darn ellipse. I guess it would be on that perspective lines. So we got that right. The dawn ellipses, man. You're the bane. It's roughly there, though. Roughly? Not really. I mean, this top one actually legitimately looked like a BMX bike. Like, it's pretty good for freaking just trying to construct it out of just perspective lines. I think I honestly think it's a milestone for me. I mean, I think this stuff's harder to draw than a figure. Just to get it all worked out, man. And we got that bike. That bike's really wonky. There's something wrong with this thing. See, this one's weird. Guess I should just use this thing. Why is this one wonky? I messed something up. And you know what? You know what it is? It's the scale of this one. I don't know if like you always have to. Do you always have to like scale everything from this first one maybe? Like, do you scale the entire picture from just one bike? I mean, that's probably what I should have done. There's a way you could figure it out. You could probably figure it out by doing that. See, I think like if I were to take this horizon line, these vanishing points, I should have made one from this wheel space, and pushed it down over on here like that. See how that one's off? I should have maybe done it like that. Figured out that line, did it on this one like that, figured out that line, then made the line, then pushed everything back. Oh man, I messed it up. Oh well. That's a hard thing to do, is how do you do multiple bikes in that scene? And I think that's the same thing you would do for a figure. Huh. My phone's still hot? Yeah, my phone is still hot. Maybe it's just hot in general. Because this light is... Oh, this light's still warm. Interesting. Intriguing. Let's draw maybe a figure on top of that bike. Huh? Yeet, yeet, yeet.
There you have it. Solar flare.
That's an 180 to regular exit, boomerang switch exit to steamroller.
There you have it.
You know what this means? I have to just erase that entire bike. Yeah, I need to erase this entire bike. It totally just like... Oh, it breaks the entire image. I mean, if you're really going for like corrective perspective, sometimes you just gotta like It sucks. This is also another reason why I don't like doing the perspective stuff, is because like when stuff like this happens, like when you construct everything out, you know, and you just took that time. See, in Photoshop, this is where Photoshop is like excels, because like I'm pretty sure with Photoshop I could have just masked this, layer masked it, increased it, put it into the right perspective. Oh man, dude, that is such a powerful tool, man. Like, that's the most powerful tool in Photoshop, I think. It's just the whole lasso tool, and then you can just rescale it, transform it, move it around. But no, this one's like delete, restart from the beginning. Maybe I shouldn't be doing like the multiple bike stuff. Oh goodness. I think we might be able to place a figure in here though. We roughly know. I wonder what's the size of roughly a human head? I think it's, I don't actually know. I think we might be able to figure some of these out. Because if we know that this point is right here. Okay, so this guy's going to be standing. Actually, his foot's going to be on the pedal. Actually, I should probably do this on a different layer now. Let's just focus. Darn it. Ah, screw, we'll just do it. I'm just trying to place it correctly. Okay, so we know that these are the vanishing points. We know roughly that we want the figure in the middle right here. Now we figure out how this is scaled within here. So if we know his foot is going to be on the pedal, that's a pretty big indicator of where we push that back into this vanishing point. We'll build it up like a building. Okay, so we have that one. We can then build this up. So we know, okay, so there's, okay, so let's see here. So that's 1, 2, 6. That doesn't make sense. That's this is the other hard part is how do you proportion out a figure next to a bike? That's I wish I could observe more people drawing bikes. That would really help me out here, man. Especially like bikes with people. That's definitely I don't think there's a single YouTube video up on there with a bike with a person really that I've even seen. Well, we roughly know that a human head is roughly not 20 inches. It's not that big. I guess it's almost so. Thinking maybe like a little bit littler, so. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Okay. That might be more equitable. Okay, so maybe we'll have the head right here. We know from that we can have the oh yeah, I forgot the leg bends forward a little bit because of the crank. So let's proportion it out. 1, 2, end of the pec. 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5, end of the kneecap. We bring that into foreshortened perspective. We bring that down. We have the calf, and it kind of sucks. That's what sucks, is because now we're going over all of the perspective drawing that I just did. Oh my, it's okay though. It's good to draw through the forms. It just sucks when you have to draw over the forms that took so long to construct. It's okay. Okay, so this guy. Okay, there we go. And this. Okay, so let's see. Then let's push this back, so we know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. We know that that's the 7.5 point. Let's push that into the vanishing point. From that vanishing point, we can make an indication right there, so we know roughly that's where his other foot would be, because his foot is this foot's on the pedal. This foot will be ground plane. Screw it, I'm just gonna do a fantasy character. What if I just started doing this? just drew a BMX bike and just started drawing like fantasy characters on top. Okay, well, oh man, that figure's really, really little. How am I doing here? Okay, yeah. So let's draw the deltoid, or indication of the deltoid. Deltoid, tricep, bicep. Deltoid has 3 parts: front, middle, back. Bicep, we have I don't know the forearm stuff, but I know there's like 2 muscles in the forearm, kind of like an M. Goes down. I kind of forgotten the proportion thing of that. Actually, let's have the hand like that. We'll have him have a sword. And I'll have a shield. That would be funny. No, no. Wait, how would you want to have it show? Oh, maybe he would. Maybe. What is this arm gonna be doing? Oh darn! I messed. Now see, I messed. Now this is all messed up because this is like there's a lot more problems now on here. Because now I have this arm have the sword, but his bars are this way. So what would he be? I guess he's just chilling like that. It's not like you have to have the bars the other way. I was gonna have the other bars the other way and then have him holding that. But what would he be doing with this? I mean, I guess he could just be like holding it right there. No. Hmm. Okay, well, that's roughly the figure. I think we can, I mean, I guess we could just go into another layer right here. So, you know what? I don't really want to draw a face or whatever, so I'm just going to draw a helmet. That's what you do. You don't want to draw a portrait? Just draw a helmet. But we are going to make an indication of the eyeball. I guess we'll have like a little bit of armor on. Not much, just simple armor. Because this is kind of like a really small sketch, so. I guess like he'll have like that high elf, you know, like the high elves, how they have like those feather. Dude, this character is a trip. Some like knee pads. We have the oblique. We have the latissimus dorsi. The lats, the abs, the abdominals, the oblique. We have. I don't know the thigh muscles. I know the thigh muscles are kind of like the forearm. It's kind of like an M. That's how I remember it. It's like an M. There's actually like three things in there. It's kind of like an M. That's how I remember the thigh too. It's like an M. Like the M as in the form over the top of the muscle. If you were to like 3D it out, I think. I could be wrong though. Let's just have him like grasping this right here or something. Dude, what a trip. Look at that. Oh, I got that hand wrong. Actually, he could just be holding that hand, that right there, maybe. Oh, yeah, that's what he could be doing. Oh, wait, no, but that has to be like pushed in perspective, too. He wouldn't be doing that. Yeah, he wouldn't be doing that. Or I guess maybe he could be doing that. Yeah, he could, actually. Interesting. And you know what? He actually could have like a buckler. I mean, scripture does talk about people having bucklers and shields. I'll have a little buckler so he could still ride. I'll push that into perspective as well. Huh. Dude, this is a trip. Let's see if we can draw it on top of it now. Let's see. I need to get this right, so I'm going to draw this line right here and push it onto that one, just so when I know it's lined up. And we'll do another line. Just make sure. What a trip. Oh, wait. I could just draw the bike on top of it right there. That's what I probably should do instead of drawing the entire figure over again. See, this is the other thing about Photoshop that's freaking awesome. You can literally just bring this layer on top. I do miss Photoshop. Oh well. We gotta do it the ghetto way, man. We're doing the ghetto Photoshop, man, where you draw it all in. Just redraw things over and over again and drive yourself crazy. It's okay, I don't care. Okay, we have the headset. We have the head tube, which mostly cracks on bikes. That's the first part that will probably crack. We have the forks. They splay out because the tire needs to go into them. We have internal cast dropouts with the hub. We have a front brake that connects to the fork. We have brake pads. We have the brake cables. This goes behind the bar so you don't get tangled up in it. This is kind of like this is a flatland frame. I ain't gonna front, man. This is a flat frame. Like the one I cracked. But this one's made out of some crazy material. This one's really strong. He has gyro tabs. Down. We have a seat tube, seat clamp, seat, railed seat, so you can adjust it. Kind of sucks because I can't really put in the brake stuff, but it's okay. It's back there. Don't worry. We have the wishbone. It splays out for the tire. We have internal dropout casts. We have the bottom bracket, which goes into perspective over there. And you can't really see the pedal right now, so I'm going to try and indicate that a little bit better. We have the brakes. We have a straddle cable. We have the tire. Oops, I forgot to draw that. Drop out. Man, I don't really. This freaking front wheel is just janky. I guess I might as well just have to just draw all that stuff in, because you know what? I'm gonna actually put a little pack on this dude. He's gonna be rocking a fanny pack thing. Always draw those. It's probably because I run that on my everyday kit. In reality, I'm a fan of the fanny packs, man. I like drawing them. I like using them. We're gonna have some scale mail. This arm is really not really working very good, but it's okay. Could just have some like wings. That'd be kind of cool. Intriguing. And this, I don't know if you can see it. I'm using this little light. Can I light this better? No, not really. Oh, I guess this thing is just hot in general. I think my phone is just hot in general, so I'm gonna put on the light for a little bit, but I'm gonna try not to use that much. This light that much because it heats my phone up. Let's draw the horizon line. And this was all built from. Oops. There we go. Kind of a character, bike character thing. Mixing. Well, I guess the fantasy characters are just nice because you don't have to draw all the anatomy. You can get away with a lot, which is cool. I guess we'll honor it to the Lord. Put a cross right here. Kind of want to draw some wings on it. could. I don't know. Yeah, maybe some wings might be kind of cool. I mean, let's see here. Like, how would I? Perspective. I guess you don't have to have it in perspective, honestly. This isn't like anatomic and like anatomically correct. I didn't talk. I just this is just me trying to remember how to draw wings. I know there's like 3 layers or something like that in there. It's kind of more like a wing spell. It's also not in. How would that be put into perspective? I don't know. See, that's kind of. Let's see here. Okay, so that's in that perspective a bit. So that means that these wings would probably be a little, like, not as. Something like that. Oh yeah, you gotta have shin guards, especially riding a bike. So I'm gonna draw some shin armor. Yeah, this is actually kind of where I was wanting to go. Kind of cool. Almost like I've drawn another one. This is probably prototype number 2 that I kind of drew. The first prototype I drew in Long Beach when I was trying to learn how to draw bikes then, but it was this is the first time I like got into, because all my bikes just always, like, the straight. You look at a lot of the bike illustrations. They're always straight. The wheels, they're always just, well, because it's easier because you just push it to the vanishing point. But, like, there's so many angles, man, that you can have this. So this is actually a pretty big milestone for me. I don't know if I got that right, but I mean, it looks somewhat kind of right, I think. I mean, I also think I got that axis wrong. The fork should be down here somewhere. Hmm. Now it's like, what else can you put in here? Like, what could I put? Background and stuff. I don't know what I could put in the background, honestly. But I kind of wanted to draw like maybe like a dead dragon or something right here. But yeah, this one was definitely a trip, man, because it was we built this up from this. This is our groundwork right here. A lot of interesting things. There was some perspective things I still am not too sure. I kind of just guessed them on this one. But yeah, then we light boxed it and we built a figure on top. I pushed the paper up so I could get a figure in here. It's kind of interesting. So here's some things if you're into drawing the bikes. I'm going to try and remember is, okay, so if you're drawing bikes, you always want to draw the back wheel first. So this is how this entire image started for both of these, is that I'm drawing the back wheel first. We figure out the radius of the back wheel. We figure out the middle of the back wheel of that ellipse. We bring that middle part forward. We can figure out the dropout for the seat stay. From that, we build up the frame. Then we have a major axis of right here, and from that axis we can figure out one of the hardest problems of the perspective is this ellipse right here, because this ellipse can be 360, because you can spin the bars 360 degrees. That is a very, very challenging thing there to figure out, for me anyway. Once we figure that out, we can build that up, and then I don't know, I've looked up some, like, I've even read like Andrew Loomis and stuff. He doesn't even say it, but from, I think, since I'm drawing the bike and trying to see how you seat a figure or put a figure onto a bike, you have to almost, like, because it's kind of weird, it's almost the opposite of what figure drawing does tell you, because on the figure drawing that I'm used to, you always start from the head down, and then you use the head as the proportion, and then you proportion it down. But since you have to, it almost seems like it'd be hard to draw the figure first and then place the bike in there. I think it's easier to draw the bike first, figure out the bike, and then place the figure on top. And the big part about placing the figure on top is that you can figure out, it's like almost like you have to build it from the ground up. So with this figure, I had to figure out the proportions, but figure out the proportions from the opposite, from the foot up to the head, instead of the head to the top. So these next figures, because I'm going to be drawing a lot of bikes and people, I'm definitely going to be remembering these things, because this is what's happened with multiple. This is what I've had to do for multiple figures already when I'm drawing a bike, is that I have to always, I don't know why, I have to build the figure from the feet up, so I can figure out the proportions of how that's laid in within the perspective. Because I think if you figure out the perspective line for the feet, it's a very good indicator of how that figure is going to be standing. If he's going to be with one leg forward, is it going to be pushed into foreshortened thing? Yeah. Anyway, pretty interesting. There's a lot of little intricacies in this stuff. I was trying to fit. Here's another one we got going. This was the one yesterday. So we got man, it'd be nice if I was on Photoshop, man. Oh, dude, honestly, man, if I was doing this on Photoshop, it would have been like so much faster. So much faster, I think. So another thing, if you're into drawing bikes, we figured out this. So far, I haven't seen a single book on how to draw bikes, or even there's only one video on YouTube that's somewhat about drawing bikes. That's okay. But I think so if you watch that one video of how he draws bikes, I tried that method, but it's a little harder if you're trying to add a figure on top of it. So today, this is the goal for me today. So if you see a lot of my other drawings that I did while I was kind of messing around, all the bikes I've ever drawn, if you see a lot of bike illustrations, all the wheels are always the same into the vanishing point. They're always in one vanishing point. And the thing is it's easy. It makes sense. You would draw the bike like that, especially if you're riding it in some degree. But the thing is, once you get into drawing multiple bikes, it gets a little weird when you have all the bikes. None of the bars are twisted or turned, because in reality that's how it would be. Like you lay a bike on the side, this thing isn't gonna just always be just straight. It looks like very stiff. So today, what I wanted to learn is how do you turn the bar in perspective. That was the major problem, and I think I might have figured it out. So these are the sketches, that the kind of like the schematics of what we figured out. How to get the bars so we can spin the bars 360 degrees and also figure it out placed in perspective. And the big one is that if you want to do a bar spin on paper, if you want to learn how to bar spin on paper, you have to figure out the horizon line. And also, this is when you add in another vanishing point. And this other vanishing point opens up you doing a 360. You could also do animation. So if you were to animate this, you could essentially animate this for this one single shot as a 360 bar spin for the bars anyway. That was a big one. And so this is the culmination of this one, trying to figure out all this stuff. We drew this little figure. Oh man, but I still got these ellipses wrong. These ellipses are very hard to get. I'm actually going to probably look up some more like industrial design stuff. I know that's the video I was watching. There's a pretty good video, and he was talking about how to draw ellipses. And so this is kind of the other things that we're trying to learn. Some notes I took earlier, but this was the one yesterday. I think if you get into perspective, if anybody gets into perspective, I think the main thing to learn is how do you scale an object in space relative to the rest of the thing that you're scaling from. This is a pretty hard thing to do. It's pretty easy when it's all in the same vanishing point. It's easy to measure it out. The tricky thing is how do you relate this one cross right here, or anything, a person, a car, anything. How do you relate this first one that you drew to every other one? Because say we do it on like right here. Every one of these crosses is a different size. What I don't know how to do is how do you get one size of these crosses, and how do you position the cross in any point in perspective and still have it relative to that one cross that you measured out. I don't know how to do that. I'm trying to look up some videos on the perspective stuff, but I haven't came across a video yet that kind of tells me that. There's many videos that'll teach you this. This is like the main thing that they teach you. But they don't teach how do you do it in any single angle. And then that's a good one, because then you could build up other things from that. So yeah, what other stuff do we have? I think I'm just gonna, oh yeah, we got these ones. So there's the industrial design guy that I was looking up his videos. His warm-ups are actually really good for ellipses. So what he would do is he would make this square relative, this is the diameter of the circle that you're doing. And then so what you do is like kind of like a warm-up is you do the radius of the square. I got it wrong a lot of points, but you start off skinny, and then as the circle goes further into space in front of you, it gets like a normal ellipse. And then this one's pretty interesting too. This is another good warm-up. I actually figured out. I've never learned how to do this, but this I've been kind of like looking up some like industrial design guys, but like what he does is he goes in, like say you have just any random thing, you figure out, he said there's something about like a right angle, so there's always a 90-degree right angle right here. And then what you do is you place out the like the radius and longitude or whatever like that, and then you do the same on the bottom. So you would just do the same at the bottom, and you make it a little smaller depending on where you want the vanishing point to be, and you make that one smaller, and then you figure out that radius. Oh, I got it wrong right there. There we go. Figure out that radius. You figure out this radius, and then you can push it into space really fast. That's just that's an interesting way. I've never learned it, but I think that's a good way for like quick indication of where you want to like measure things out. I think there's definitely some stuff to be learned with this technique. I don't know it too well though, but I thought it was pretty interesting because you can push things into like space very quickly. You know, like you can push it like, you know, like you could push it like if you wanted this one to be really, really high up, you can push this one out, push this radius out like that, and then push this radius like super tiny. You know, push that radius really, really tiny. And then that would be like kind of like it being more like up like that, you know, like if this was the pencil. And that's a very quick way to go about doing like finding that like cylinder, I guess, in space. It's very, very interesting. It's actually a very good it's a very good like technique thing. I've never known about it. It's kind of weird. None of the teachers told me about it. I've never even seen anybody do it. It's kind of weird. Like I was like, what in the world? I've never learned that. There's always like there's always these weird things that I've never seen people do. Like, you know what? That's awesome, man. That's awesome, brother. Oops. Totally got that one wrong. Yeah, so that one's a good little thing to figure out. There's a lot more that you could do with this too. There's like, you know, you can even have it like that. Mark out that radius right there. Push that one even further in and have that one like super, super tiny, so it's like almost seems like it's like in space like that. This stuff's a trip, man. That's very interesting. There's a lot of things that you can learn from this, I think, because then you can even do this like as a twisting line and think about it as like a tree branch. You know, like a tree branch is like it's not just a regular cylinder. I mean, I bet you could just keep doing. You can actually just keep going off on that, and even just like make that into a tree. You know, if you just kind of form that out a little bit, which is really interesting because then you would have already like a very interesting like perspective of that right there. You know, you could draw like a little figure like trying to chop it down with a tree or something. Axe. He's trying to chop down the tree. We need to call the Lorax. But yeah, see that's so weird, man. It's actually a really good way. Like you can really quickly indicate things like that. Not so much with the bike though, because once you get into like the bike, it's very different. Do different things. Here's another good little one. So this one was from the Proco perspective thing. I was trying to figure out if I could do this with the. I guess this also could maybe work as well for the forks. The big one was figuring out this like pin. If you can figure out like that pin of the sphere, and then literally thinking of it as a globe, and then doing the what's that line? The middle line, the equator or something like that. And if you can figure out the equator line, you can quickly like think. So you could do this same thing, but with like a ball. I think I didn't actually practice these ones today, so like I think something like that. Like you can quickly, or maybe I got that wrong. I don't think that's right actually. No, that's not I don't know. I'm gonna have to watch that video again. I don't know what he's really doing. Or I think maybe he does the circle first. He does the circle first and then finds the middle point. You figure out the other middle point, and then you kind of draw it like that. Okay, yeah, I think that's what he's doing. Instead of drawing the line, you don't draw the line like that. You draw the circle first. You draw the circle first, I think. And you push the needle through it, and then you figure out the equator line, and the equator line go, and you can draw through the form. I should have done it on this one, but it doesn't really go through it. I think that's what you do. But it's kind of harder when you're trying to draw the bike, though, because like you're trying to do a really, really skinny line. So like if that was the line right there, okay, so that's the vanishing point. It goes up into the vanishing point. Push this one over here. That's not right, but it's roughly somewhere in that area. Something like that. What other shapes could be learned in perspective? That's the thing. I'm trying to think. That's what I'm trying to think when I'm trying to draw these bikes. Is like trying to think of the shapes that I think I got them all covered. I think. And then the crazy thing about perspective is that once you have the perspective grid down, you can learn how the lighting works. And then if you think of this as like the horizon line, you know that the sun goes up like that and goes over like that. And there's I don't even want to call it math, because it's not really like math. It's kind of just like lines. And then with the lines, you can literally figure out the placement of every single shadow in any single angle. Like the perspectives, I think the perspective stuff is really good for if you want to learn how to draw from mind too, and like figure invention. It's a good one for that. Oops. But you know, one thing I didn't do today is I didn't do a graffiti piece. Can I do a graffiti piece right now? I kind of said earlier that I wasn't going to do the graffiti pieces anymore. But you know what? I was kind of battling today. I kind of feel like it'd be kind of fun. Maybe with the good colors that I've been liking too. Put some music on. Tiki Tava, the story of the squirrel. Let's see here. Where is that playlist? Nothing for a playlist to play. Let's go to this one. I'm digging this out. Let's do a graffiti piece, kind of. like just make it all like way. That's a strange shape right there. I love doing like this. There's definitely like a calligraphy pattern I'm going with. I always do certain calligraphy. That's the other thing is like a lot of graffiti artists, they always have like a certain like graffiti not calligraphy like style. That's like it sounds like a muscle memory, but they always just do like certain lines. Okay, let's see. What am I doing here? Okay. I'm just getting lost in this stuff. I want to like carve this over here somehow. Carve this line. Could connect this. Oh, dude, that was crazy. That was a weird connection right there. This piece is weird, man. I'm digging this piece. Strange one. I kind of don't want to like 3D it out. I guess we'll do kind of like this one, just not 3D it out. I like the lines. I'll 3D it out anyway. digging these colors, man, for the outline. It's also just the feel of this pencil is very like waxy for some reason. Might just be like the color or something, or just a newer colored pencil. Yeah, these colors just feel nice. I just love these colors. I think that's one thing I'm digging about the graffiti for this one anyway. I love I do dig this one. Yesterday it wasn't working out, but today I'm digging this one. This is kind of just more like the style that I'm used to some degree. Sweep. There we go. Maybe that will be the thumbnail for this stream. That just looks alien. Today it was just very alien. Very strange, man. See, there's like every single one, man, it has its own characteristic. Like this entire thing, like I didn't even know what I was starting with. Like I started with this line, and I'm like, oh man, nah, I'm not digging it. And so I just started working on like other stuff. Lately I've been kind of about like doing this, like if I mess up, that line was a mess up right there. And this line was a mess up too. But I just leave it there, and then you just work around it, and somehow try and get it to connect. That was cool. I dig this one. This one is, I like this one. I do like this one. I kind of should have maybe like unified some of this more, like, because this is really complex over here. I should have made this a bit more complex. I should have like simplified this right here and then made this way more like, I guess you could still do that up in there. I guess you could just keep still kind of play around with those. There you go. See, it's interesting what else you could kind of do with it. Very bizarre. See, right when I literally said in the beginning of the stream, like, I'm burnt out of this. It's because yesterday was terrible. I think I just have to, like, you just have to come to those grips where you're just gonna have those days where you put out a piece and it's just like you just don't like it. You just flat out just don't like it. Because today is the complete opposite. This one's really cool. I really dig this one today. It's very, like, weird. The shapes are very, like, very strange shapes. Oh, okay. I think I might. Oh, my goodness. It's actually only 10. I forgot I started so early. I'm just gonna turn this light off so I can just cool down my phone a bit. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Take a little break. Let's put name. Oops. I can and let's see here. Good. Maybe. draw. I mean, not draw, but play some FFR. This has turned into an FFR stream. Where is it? Options, sound. Song is cool. Hopefully the audio is not too high. Tightrope City. Never heard this one. was cool. Soft rock. Arabesque meets Bluebird. 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 Nice. CMR. These are like, I'm getting into territory I haven't done any of these songs. Buchaig trance. What is this? Eh. Theme of the Dragoon Knights. That was funny. was cool. Hey. Those little things in the middle were fun. And it kind of got weird at the end. That was a weird song. 8. got into the threes. I'm not good at the threes. Holy Toledo. I wasn't expecting this. Oh, that song is definitely creeping up on me, man. Oh, goodness. Man, my hand's tired now. Let's see. I guess I will. Oh no, did it? Did I not take the freaking word thing off? Oh no, maybe I had it up the whole time. Oopsies. Yeah, I think it's time for me to. I should have just freaking logged the. Freaking just got out when I earlier. I don't know why I even took that break. I'm just gonna get the thumbnail right now. The screen, I guess. So we'll just make it this piece, I guess. Why does it always look blurry? Make it look like I drew it. Oh, I did draw it, but like, you know, just have a random pencil in there. Okay, everybody. So I'm trying to get it to look like farewell, everybody. Good stream. I like this one. I like this graffiti piece. Adios.